Oh my god. What is this? We're back in Shadow Moses. Let's take a look around. Surveillance camera? Some weird things in this little sequence. Like they don't play the dialogue there. Surveillance camera dialogue. There's no SOCOM here either. In the back of the truck. Maybe something to do with like old licenses for the guns. Or and again maybe they'd have to pay Hater extra if they used his voice here. Although I mean, you have other flashbacks to the other games and voices from previous games. I don't know. We can't use the codec. Can I pause? I can pause. There's no SOCOM because I already got it in the original game. In the main game of MGS4? I mean, yeah, but I have chaff grenades too in the main game, and I can still pick up chaff grenades here.
Whose footprints are these? Huh? What was that noise? Huh? Whose footprints are these? Huh? What was that noise?
There was an issue with the SOCOM for MGS4.
Huh? Whose footprints are these?
Earthquake!
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
One of my favorite scenes coming up here. With the Mark III. Clao, ya Dio men, Clao.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, I just slipped a little. Have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement, so try not to break it.
Who, me? Never.
One more thing. I don't see anybody around.
It's already
There
broken.
Are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there.
Meet the Mark III. He's slumped over in the snow. Already fucked, already broken. That is a great little moment. Alright, let's wander around here and see what we can find. Yeah, the perfect start to the mission. Poor Mark III gets busted up immediately. I like that we start just outside of the facility. And that they don't just dump you straight in. They give you that build-up. Makes the reveal that much better, more impactful. Ooh, fuck. Kelwin with the 105 months. Thank you. Fuck. Oh my god.
I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska.
A high D. What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly high in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor.
My name is Mei Ling from California.
What's wrong?
It's an honor to speak to the legendary Solid Snake.
A surveillance camera?
It looks like the front hangar door is open. A little bit, at least. You can get in that way if you want.
I do actually feel a little older playing this now, over the last year or so. It's kind of changed a bit. It really does feel like a long time ago now, you know, since I first played MGS1. As the game just gets older and older and older, as I gradually get older. I wonder if I'll be playing this game on stream when I'm looking like Snake's age. Am I still gonna be streaming these games when I'm 70? That'll be crazy, man. Imagine how it would feel then, playing this when you're actually old, after having grown up with the series since you were, you know, having played MGS1 when you were like 7 years old, then playing this sequence when you're actually an old man. I mean, if I don't do it on stream, I'm probably gonna do it off stream. That'll be an experience.
Just like old times.
Of course, if we point the camera up like this.
Overhead view. Just like old times. Now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it.
Man, that one's pretty well hidden. You really have to wait for a while before it triggers. Takes a while. Imagine coming across that naturally. Imagine being so crazy that when you get to this section, you point the camera up like this to imitate the bird's eye view of the overhead view. Like, this really isn't a comfortable way to play this. It doesn't really imitate how it is in MGS1. It's just really awkward. But I guess it brings a little bit of nostalgia. No, I didn't discover it naturally. It's probably something they mention in the Integral podcast, actually. So Probably wasn't that well hidden. If they explain it there. So we can go in through the front door, but that's a bit boring, isn't it?
Look, there's the tank hangar. It sure brings back memories, doesn't it? I know it's all ancient history by now, but do you remember how you snuck into the hangar last time? I seem to remember the front hangar door being shut back then because of a blizzard just like this one.
Yeah, there's 2 ducts that lead inside. An upper and a lower one. I picked one and used it to sneak in.
Well, now you've got 3 ways to get in. Lucky you. Big Boss's body has fallen into Liquid's clutches. We can't let him get his hands on Rex, too. We have to get to the underground escape route where Rex is stored before they do. I'm setting your radar to point towards the target. Check it if you need to get your bearings. Shadow Moses is an uninhabited ruin now. There aren't any human soldiers stationed here, but I am picking up unmanned machines. Judging by their signature, they're probably a part of Liquid's army. I know you're getting pretty used to fighting them by now, but don't let your guard down.
You can't call any codec frequencies from the first game, unfortunately.
The Gecko appear to be designed for high mobility, even in cramped urban environments like this one.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Their leg's main drive uses artificial muscle tissue, genetically engineered from the cloned ES cells of ungulate embryos. This gives them quick response times and a high output to weight ratio. Basically, the Gecko have the legs of a star athlete. That's what makes them so agile. But it's also their weak point. Those things may have an amazingly high output, but they're also deployed in limited indoor search and destroy operations. So there's a limit to how heavy they can make the frames. Otherwise, they'd drop right through the floor. To keep its weight down, the Gecko's defensive armor is concentrated on the head, where the central computer is housed. The legs aren't defenseless, but by comparison, they're a pretty soft target. In other words,
Targeting their legs should at least slow them down, right?
exactly. Keep it in mind. It could save your life.
Let's all raid Integral Podcast and make them have 3Dog on the podcast. Stray, I hate to break it to you, but the Integral Podcast ended like 14 years ago. So I'm a little bit late. I don't think I'll be getting on that podcast. But like they didn't invite guests on anyway. It was just MGS4 developers, just a couple of the developers that were on the podcast. But yeah, that ended a while back. All right, let's go over here. See if we can get this ration. Do I need a ration? I don't think I'm maxed out on rations. Jump off. Oh, I am maxed out on rations. Okay, whatever. Okay, we'll take the top duct. Rose, what do you have to say about all this?
Snake, as I'm sure you're aware, Shadow Moses Island is an extremely harsh environment. Staying out there in that raging blizzard will take a severe toll on your psyche. More than ever before, the success of this mission depends on you taking the proper measures to maintain your psyche. Don't forget that.
Oh, I'm a little bit behind on thanking people. Shit, look at all these fucking people. What the hell? I'm sorry, guys. Hurt dot exe. Thank you for the Prime sub. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Naps. Rebel Crusade, thank you for the tier 1. Kelwin, thank you for the 105. I got yours, Kelwin. I remember that. PNTN, thank you for the $5. This isn't MGS4, asswipe. Thank you, PNTN. Safi, thank you for the 420 to save Meryl. I can see when you guys posted these. Super Mario, thank you for the 3 months. Vino, Einen. I'm not sure how I pronounced that, but thank you for the 3. Hippie Jesus Snake. Jesus Christ, I'm so far behind. I'm really sorry, guys. Some of these are donations as well. I hate being like over an hour late thanking donations. Hippie Jesus Snake, thank you for the $3. And Kojima wanted all the B&Bs to originally be naked. Imagine the fuckery that would have caused. Yeah, originally the B&Bs were planned to be naked, but that didn't happen. Ludrin, thank you for the 5 months. B-Man, thank you for the $5. I love your streams and chat interacting with what's going on, even though I can't follow what's going on all the time. Thanks, 3Dog. Thank you, B-Man. I hope you're still there. I hate being late with these thanks. And I think that is everyone. Local Noob and Namulala with the tier 1. All right, cheers, everyone. I'll try and stay up to date from now on. All right, let's make our way inside. No, that's just a wall. I missed your sub from the octopus fight.
This is McDonald.
Thank you.
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about
MGS1 is the only game to have multiple endings, so MGS4 isn't alone there. There's Miller. Here's where you look down and get that cutscene with the guards. There's another intruder besides me, etc., etc. Here's the mice. If we're supposed to be following the first game exactly, the mice shouldn't be appearing here. In MGS1, you only see the mice on the bottom duct. Let's call Otacon.
Taking the duct, eh? Still remember where the exit is?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Way I remember it, these ducks aren't that complicated. And my old friends are still here to show me the way. I won't get lost.
Friends?
Friends. Little furry ones.
Little furry?
Never mind.
Never mind. There's some really nice moments during this chapter, I think. It's like small little moments, shared moments between Snake and Otacon. This one is kind of cute. It's almost like Snake is having his own little joke with the player that Otacon that he can't get. You weren't there, Otacon. You wouldn't understand. I call him again here. Is there anything else here?
Snake, hurry through that duct and get inside the hangar. Snake. Get to the canyon to the north. Go through the back door of the hangar. Remember the mission, Snake.
We got another weird one here, Otacon.
Ah, the little three-legged, three-armed machine. Actually, I was in touch with Nastasha just recently. She told me about a rumor making its way around the military analyst community.
Nastasha Romanenko. And?
Gecko are being deployed in more and more urban counterterrorism operations. In the process, they've encountered a number of problems. One of them is size and weight. Compared to other types of armored weapons, Gecko are relatively small and light, but they're still a bit too big to be effective in indoor search and combat operations. So the manufacturer, AT Corp, developed a new, smaller UGV based on the Gecko archetype for just that kind of mission. And the latest word is, they're about to start field testing.
And that's what these things are?
More than likely. That's all the information I have. The very existence of these things is still top secret.
Pint-sized gecko, huh? Dwarf gecko.
I doubt they're heavily armed. But remember, these things are designed to support Gecko during indoor combat.
That
Best to
sounded a
assume
bit
they're
malicious.
capable of some form of attack.
Maybe so, but they're still just machines.
True, but that doesn't mean you can take them lightly. Be careful, Snake.
Sounded like he was trying to insult them there. Dwarf Gecko. Anything else, Otacon?
Snake, I know it's easy to get nostalgic about this place, but we really need to get to Rex. Head north.
Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake? The legendary Solid Snake? You?
Don't worry. You'll land back on them to meet me. The reality is no match for legend, I'm afraid.
I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Where are you?
Where I see ya.
Pretty cool what they do with the lasers here. You know, this was the area with the lasers from MGS1. And they mimic it here with how the Gecko behave. It's not exactly how it was in MGS1, but it's pretty cool. You know, they move along the same line. The lasers came out from there and they went up to the ceiling, came back down. Now keep blasting that Warhead storage theme, game. Nope. That was a Gray Fox flashback. I can deal with the other ones, but I can't deal with Twin Snakes Gray Fox.
Hey, Snake. Isn't this where you went toe-to-toe with Raven and his tank? Tell me again, how did you take that thing down anyway?
How? Well, grenades.
That's it? You didn't use an anti-tank missile or something?
Didn't have one.
Your technique is kind of... how do I put this? Archaic when it comes to fighting tanks. Honestly, I don't think it'd work on today's main battle tanks.
Well, that's how I did it. What do you want me to say?
You know, I asked an active duty army officer once, if an infantryman had to take on a tank one-on-one, how should he do it?
And what was his answer?
Don't. He swore there's no way in hell a single infantryman could take down a tank by himself.
Interesting.
I always suspected there was a little something crazy about you, Snake. But hearing that story, now I know it. You're nuts. Single-handedly taking out a tank? That's crazy. You're insane.
Otacon, is this your idea of a compliment?
Yes. You're the toughest, craziest, most hardcore badass on the planet. You're the shit.
There it is. So that was actually a real development story. That was taken from Kojima's own experience of asking the military advisor for the series, Moto Satomori, how someone would go about it if they were to. Just, you know, if it was to happen and a single person had to go up against a tank, what would they do? A bottle lamp, bam. Ooh, I better be careful here.
Hello, Snake.
What do you have for me, Rose?
Your psych is looking good right now. Nothing to worry about so far as I can see.
Good.
Here's a good way to think about your psych gauge. Low psych equals high stress. So the best way to replenish your psych gauge is to relieve your stress. Being pursued by the enemy can be a
Yeah, whatever.
I don't see any enemies around here. Okay, we'll go through the door all the way at the back.
Otacon, last time around we had a few complications and wound up going through the commander's office in the basement.
That's right. I remember now. But there's no need
Why
to
don't
go
you
all the
do
way
it?
down there this time, right? The back door takes us straight where we need to go.
Good point.
Okay then, let's get to the back door.
You can shoot in here now, yes. Fuck you, Naomi. How do you like me now? Where's the plutonium? There's a cool little detail here. I hate to interrupt this lovely song, but if we stop for a second and look with our night vision, look what we have here. Remember these footprints from chapter 2? These are Naomi's footprints and Vamp's footprints. Pretty cool. So an early bit of foreshadowing letting you know that Vamp and Naomi are up ahead. You can learn that they're here before the game actually tells you. I think you can see them all the way back in the tank hangar as well. Yeah, you get some 60 FPS action around here. No, even outside of night vision, I think it hits 60 FPS in the Nikita room. And maybe even sometimes around here in this area. Maybe a bit below.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
How do I open it?
Security is shut down altogether. You can't release the lock without activating it. You'll have to log in somewhere. I've got it, Snake. My old office is close by. With the power on, you should be able to unlock the door from there. And if you check the facility records, we can find out Rex's status and who's been in and out. You remember where it is, Snake?
I'm not senile yet.
Just to be safe, I'm marking it on your map. You old geezer. Snake, the password is 48273. Think you can remember that?
I told you, I'm not senile.
Whatever.
Yet.
48273. Got it.
Snake, I've checked the APU on this floor and engaged the generator. Energy output is low, but it should be enough to power the elevator. Try the elevator and see if it's working. Okay, first go down the central hallway. Don't worry, it's not electrified anymore.
Look at this FPS. Oh my god. It's not constant. It's still pretty damn smooth. Look at this.
Everything looks exactly like I remember it. Except for that wall way in back, anyway. I still can't believe how much damage you caused in such a small space.
The switchboard. Nailed it with a remote-control missile to shut down the electric current in the floor. The guidance system in those things takes up so much space, it hardly leaves any room for explosives.
Didn't make much of a bang, huh?
Hardly. Switchboard's still intact.
You're right. The wiring past the switch circuits could still be live.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna get shocked if I walk on this floor, am I?
No need to worry. As long as you don't turn the current back on.
It's not 60 here though. It feels pretty close. I'm not sure what it actually is, but it feels pretty close to 60 when you're moving around down here. If you look at the ground, that feels even worse. We can get another call with Otacon here. We go back.
This brings back memories. My colleagues and I used to work in these cubicles. We were all brilliant engineers. Best of the best. And we were close, too. Like family. We used to play pranks on each other all the time. Like, on this one girl's birthday, we stuffed her cubicle completely full of balloons. Or this other guy who got married, when he came back from his honeymoon, he found his workstation had been hollowed out and its guts replaced with jelly beans.
Sounds like a blast.
It was. But all that time, my colleagues and I, we were building Rex. Here we are, messing around in our cubicles all day like giddy grad students, and what do we end up with? A weapon of mass destruction. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can look back on and laugh, is it?
You obsess over the past too much. It's a bad
Music's
habit.
perfect there.
Come on, I need directions here. That's your job, right? To support me.
Yeah, you're right. You can count on me. We're partners after all.
Good to have you with me, partner.
It's good to be here, Snake.
Aww. Just give me the Snake and Otacon game. Let's get rid of all these other characters. Get Mei Ling out of here. Get Naomi out of here. Get Meryl out of here. They found out its guts had been replaced with jelly beans. Ivan. Oh yeah, let's delete some photographs here. Look at all these pictures. Ghosts, ghosts. Ass. More ass. Look at that one. So just like MGS1, there are ghost photographs that you can take, developer ghosts, some character ghosts as well. They add a nice little detail here as well, which we didn't have in MGS1. If you remember from MGS1, Grey Fox busts through the panel here to gain access to the lab. Just slices it open. And that's how we actually gain access to the lab. If it wasn't for Fox, we didn't actually have the right card to gain access. Pretty cool. Master of Reality, thank you for the tier 1.
I remember this place. After you beat the cyborg ninja, I came out into the hallway and all I saw was a sea of blood. The air was filled with a sickly sweet smell. I remember thinking, this must be what hell is like. My mind couldn't even process what I was seeing at first. Anyway, keep following that hallway to the north and you'll reach my lab.
to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me? It's a 5-digit number. Nice job. At least your memory hasn't gone bad. This version is totally obsolete. It's gonna take a little work. This is the room where we first met, huh?
Yep.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it?
Love it.
I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah. I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my life.
Naomi hated them for what they did to Frank's body. But it was me that crippled him in the first place. She must have hated me too.
We shouldn't have been so trusting. I blame myself, too. I helped develop Rex. That's why it was so easy for me to believe her feelings were genuine. But she was only using us to atone for her sins.
So what? What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done with in South America. Why'd she join us afterward?
Well,
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still with him.
What?
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the record shows some recent activity. Look at this. It's an image taken a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
Naomi.
And Vamp. through here. And from what we've gleaned from the security records, it can only mean one thing. They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know. Let's get going, Snake. I finished
All
unlocking
right.
the door on the first floor. It should open now.
I really enjoy that scene, especially that little moment between Snake and Otacon when Snake is just looking over at the piss stain and he's having that little chuckle to himself, little smile to himself. It's not conjuring up any bad memories, is it now? The little look he gives him. Ha! A nice subdued, somber moment. Nope! That's not a nice moment. Get the fuck out of here, Twin Snakes, Gray Fox. You're not welcome here. I have no memories associated with that voice actor. Zone of the Enders reference here. Police notes. More police notes. Otacon's PS1 is gone. I guess he took it with him before he left the base. I wouldn't be surprised. He probably took it with him. Now here, actually, another thing we can do here, if we equip the Sorrow Doll, one function of the Sorrow Doll is that it helps you discover the ghosts in Shadow Moses. What is the description of the doll again? A marionette fashioned after Cobra Unit member The Sorrow. Creator and age unknown. Has the ability to release ghosts. If a ghost hits a dead person, it will allow you to manipulate their body. Is there any mention of the photographs? No, so it is like a hidden mechanic. So if we equip the Sorrow Doll and combine it with the camera, check that out. Now we see President Baker. Normally you have to take a picture to see if it's a ghost. But if you have the Sorrow Doll equipped, you don't need to take the picture to test if there's a ghost there. And there should be another one here. Yeah, there's Kojima beside the Police Knots poster. Didn't know about that one? Yeah, it's a pretty well hidden one. Really cool.
The door on the first floor is unlocked now. You can go through any time. The door on the first floor is
Cannon Spikes with the $5 as well. Cheers. Dossier with the 100 bits. Thanks for always showing me new stuff in my favorite games. Hey, my pleasure. We find new stuff all the time as well. We're always learning about the games. Oh!
Gecko! We've got Gecko!
And there's another cool thing we can do here, which some of you might not know about. If we just wait a second.
blocking the hallway leading to the elevator. You'll have to do something before you can get to the first floor.
If we take the Mark III all the way up to the panel here, we can find that it's actually still working. And that gecko is down there. So let's see what happens.
Okay! Nice, Snake!
I'm sure DRK was showing this earlier, but if you equip the Mark III here and position your camera, you can see that Snake actually uses a PS3 controller to control it. Look at that. Look at how fucking detailed it is as well. Look at that controller. Jesus. You have to go out of your way to get a good look at it. You know, it's not easy to see, but if you do go out of your way to look at it, it looks pretty detailed. Look at those buttons. He doesn't move his fingers on it, though, so, you know, 0 out of 10. His head will track it, though, look. Sorry, Snake. This is my favorite position for using the Mark III. Look at this. This is the real gamer mode. This is me right now. And the way he awkwardly snaps out of it. My posture right now is close enough to that, and I am half naked.
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
Upper half.
Oh man, more gecko. The Mark III is totally defenseless while working on the door. You'll have to distract the gecko so they don't spot it.
So I could just take out my M82 and destroy this thing in like 2 seconds flat. Whoo! I like how the knocks work on it. Well... Does Rose have any unique calls during this section?
Another ambush?
Not exactly. Things are just a little sticky right now. I need to distract the enemy's attention until the Mark III gets the door open.
Listen, Snake. Overwhelming fear can lead to careless mistakes. The important thing here is to remain calm. Keep
Overwhelming
a clear mind.
fear?
If anybody can pull this off, it's you.
I'm not that scared.
The Mark III has to stay near the door until I've opened it, and it can't use stealth camo. It's only a matter of time before the Gecko find it.
No stealth. So what? I thought it didn't work on the Gecko anyway.
It's true, stealth doesn't do much against the Gecko's sensor suit, but it's better than nothing. Compared to full visibility, the probability of detection is slightly lower.
So, if it's even a little bit better being invisible than not, why turn off the stealth?
Why? Because I have to use the Mark III's manipulator to open the door, that's why.
I don't get it.
Once the Mark III activates its stealth camo, the entire machine
good.
becomes transparent, including the manipulator.
Yeah, so...
How easy do you think it would be for you to eat a meal, clean your gun, if you couldn't see your own hands?
I got it.
Look, Snake, it doesn't take a genius to figure out the Mark III's not gonna survive a run-in with those Gecko. Don't let them get close to it until I've opened the door.
Okay, no problem. I'm on it.
That's a pretty good one. Oh! What? Oh, it's because I lured him down there and now he's seen the fucking Mark III. Alright. Hold on, we might be screwed here. Let's see if we can just quickly get him. No.
Damn it! They
Oh!
It's all over, Snake!
The way it just kept flashing on the Mark III. That's great. Oh, man. The Mark III's corpse. The explosion still got him. Alright, alright. We're just gonna blow his ass up this time. Mark III!
Okay, Snake, it's open now.
Dream Xanarkin, I don't think I thanked you, did I, for the 1,000 bits? Thank you. This series brings back so many memories. Thank you for keeping the saga alive. Thank you, man. My pleasure. Let me just check the camera here. Oh, I have to re-equip the doll? There are loads of other ghost photographs you can find. I forget where a lot of them are, but we don't need to show all of them. I always thought there was another ghost in this area, but I don't think there is.
Rose here. How's it going?
The comm towers. This is where you fought Liquid's Hind D.
That was a tough scrape.
But you still managed to shoot down his gunship. Up till then, I'd heard that even with a man-pads, going one-on-one against an attack chopper was an act of suicide. I thought only Hollywood action stars did that kind of thing, but you made it look easy.
I just told you, it wasn't that easy.
Really? But you were all like, oh, I had to take out that helicopter. Real cool, like it was nothing.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get going. We got a long way to go to Rex's hangar.
Yeah, you're right, Snake.
I really like this one as well. Snake just has no time for it. Yeah, let's just brush that under the rug. Doesn't want to dwell on his old self, but really makes you think of how different Snake was in MGS1 as well. All the quippy one-liners. That takes care of the cremation.
Naomi's headed for Rex's hangar. We have to get there quick. Head north. Don't bother going into the comm towers. Go around them.
I love her design, that mask. Sick. Let's do it. Yeah, I love her design. Just the way she's kind of spread out, combined with the mech. It's like weirdly organic, weirdly mechanical. The mask. Really cool sound and audio. Music for this fight as well. Just the vibe of it. Let me put on my mask. And I guess we'll go for the M82. There are some crazy cheese strats that you can do for this fight.
to know exactly where I am, even in this damn whiteout. What the hell is going on?
Infrared, maybe? No, you're wearing octo camo. It wouldn't be able to read you. Snake, do you see a pattern in her attacks? Anything that gives you a hint?
Right. Now that I think about it, her attacks have been coming from downwind.
Which means...
Damn. She can smell me.
Amazing. Tracking you in this wind, just by your scent?
A St. Bernard can find and rescue a lost hiker in the middle of a blizzard in the Alps. If that beast has an olfactory sensor as keen as a dog's, it's not out of the question.
Then what do we do? Octo camo doesn't do anything to mask your scent.
All I can do is try and guess where that thing's going to be. Try to move downwind.
Can you do it?
Either I do, or I don't.
Okay then. Good luck, Snake.
Pretty cool how the direction of the wind factors into the fight here. We can see the direction on the top right. I think a lot of people hide under the truck when they first do this fight. The frogs can be a real pain to deal with here as well. They constantly respawn. They never stop respawning. You have to be very careful if you want to do it without getting an alert. It's very easy to get careless. Hey, there she is. Her starting point is random. She won't always start in this position. Oof. Oh my god! You really feel the weight of her. Those sounds. The vibration from on the controller is really effective as well. And she's stampeding right beside you. The controller's going crazy. We have a frog over here. Ooh. Need to be really careful with the night vision because they can hear the night vision. It has a sound when it's turned on. Yeah, see? Nope, 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 nope. Love the sound. Really is almost like a horror atmosphere. Some of the sound effects. Ah, you bitch. She's in an awkward position. Cool how the weather clears every now and then as well. Sometimes it'll be quite clear. Oof. Ah! Stomping over frogs.
This beast has 4 legs, and it's accompanied by an escort unit wearing powered suits. Watch out for their attacks, Snake.
Damn it, Otacon. It's mowing those trees down in one shot. What the hell is that beast using?
All that power, but still small enough for the beast to carry. And that noise it makes when it charges. Snake, do you remember the weapon Fortune had?
A railgun. We come here to keep them from stealing a railgun, and here they are using one against us.
I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it seems like something's behind this. Maybe it's just fate. Never mind. You've got to tame that beast.
You're right, Otacon. Let's do this.
No, it doesn't count as a kill for me.
Snake, The enemy is coordinating their attacks against you. Don't get too focused on one, or the others will sneak up behind you. Keep your eyes peeled. Snake, the enemy is coordinating.
I don't get to choose to see from her perspective. That's when she's trying to hunt me down. I'm trying to remember if chaff works when she's in that phase. Oh my god, there she goes, running over more of them. Okay, let's just look from here, see if we can see her anywhere. Yeah, there she is. I didn't think that landed. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, she's gone.
Something there?
Oh no! I should have just kept going with the Mark II. It was the frog that I shot that alerted as well, even though I knocked her out. Oh, yeah, we can hear her. There's something I want to try. Yes! Yeah, you can knock her over with grenades. And now, can I... Oh, sick. Almost reminds me of Peace Walker, you know, knocking over the AI weapons if you take out their legs. I think there's a codec where they tell you about the knockover thing.
Snake, the enemy is coordinating.
Although that's just the same shit.
Snake, the
beast is crying. In psychology, crying is thought of as a way to freely express and release feelings.
Kind of like catharsis.
Bingo. That beast cries and cries without stopping. There must be some immense sadness in her, the stress of which is tormenting her mentally.
No
and physically.
shit.
Crying is the only way she can deal with it. The blizzard outside is as bad as ever, Snake. The cold places your body under intense stress and wears away at your psyche. Finding a place to take shelter should prevent your gauge from draining. Keep an eye out for something like that and use it to your advantage.
Wow, she's going crazy knocking them over today. Did she run down this side? I think she did.
Snake, the enemy.
This fight is kind of like the MGS3 end fight. Yeah, let's say it's a sniper battle in a big open space. It's not as good as the end fight, but it's still pretty cool. I feel like it could be a lot better if the area was as big as it was in 3. You know, I kind of wish she had more places to go. The end has so many different sniping positions in 3. Okay, we're gonna go back around. So many different individual areas. This is one big area, but it's all pretty similar and stagnant. Yeah, there's a lot of variety to the maps in 3. And just the fight in general, there's more going on. The end fight is just crazy. Is that you? I think it is. Oh, nice. 2 more shots and we should be good. If I can get close to her easily again, I might try the grenades. Again. You can find the Hind D here. Yeah, I'll show it later after the fight. Ha! Oh! There she is. You want to throw down? Jesus! Okay, yeah, she wants to throw down. Okay, you're pretty fast. Okay, you're pretty fast. Ah, they saw me. I'm glad I equipped those noodles. Where are you? Oh, there she is.
The cries of babies. Stop it! Stop crying! Please! Please stop crying! Knowles! Go away! Don't come any closer! I'm sorry. I was so scared. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You can cry if you want to. Cry if you need to. I don't need tears anymore. I've cried myself dry. So cry as much as you like. I will be there to listen.
We're not gonna have sexy time with this B&B. I don't want to wear it out, you know. We won't do it every single time. We might do it one last time with Mantis. Doing it for every single one, it's, you know, that's a bit overboard.
Snake, she's just like the others. Don't let her get close.
Each of the beauties has reached for your embrace, and I'll bet this one is no different. Snake, you can't let her get close to you. Stay away.
Kojima unzips trousers. Thank you for the $1.
Yo, Snake, I finished laundering that rail gun you picked up just now. Knock yourself out. It's on the house.
Thanks.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about Crying Wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as Crying Wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you. You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
Welcome home, Wolf.
All right. Oh, hey, I think I misspoke earlier when I was talking about tranking the BMBs versus, you know, tranking the beauty form versus tranking the beast form. No, you get the dolls for tranking the beast form, not for tranking the beauty form. You get the masks for tranking the beauty form. Someone probably corrected me when I was talking about that earlier, or maybe you guys forgot as well. Yeah, no, if we tranked the beast form, we would there'd be a little doll waiting for us here. You collect all the dolls for tranking all of them, and you get the solar gun. You trank the beauty form, you get their mask. Let's take a little trip around here first before we do anything else. The Hind is here, yeah.
Come on, fly!
Damn! I'm out of time. Can you get the wolves to pee on your box? No, I need Meryl to do that.
Snake, leave me and run. War is meaningless. Nothing comes out of war. Snake, please, save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people.
Maybe I'll make that one of my alerts. I'll probably set up the bit alerts for the next marathon on my channel. There should be another flashback if we climb the towers here.
Hell with Meryl.
But they have to be in your voice, along with the DARPA chief. Yeah. Maybe I'll put some of those as alerts, and of course my latest meow. No flashback here, huh? Yeah, maybe a few call variations that might be good. Maybe you only get the alert on the other side. I always fuck this one up. Or maybe it's just awkward to trigger. I don't know. Yeah, I think it must just be kind of... Oh, here it is.
Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here. Liquid. You're not going any farther. Die!
More twin snakes. Everyone loves it.
Hear that, Snake?
Yeah. The wolf dogs.
Her family. Must be tough for them in this environment with all the people gone.
Wolf dogs aren't like other dogs. They're closer to wolves in nature. Happier living in the wild than being kept as pets. Even more so now that they're guarding the grave of a loved one.
You sure about that?
Trust me. I used to live with dogs just like these. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, if you say so.
Snake,
Oh, Rose. It's you.
I'm glad to see you're safe. You're not hurt too seriously, are you?
No. I'll live.
I was listening in on the B&B's stories too. It's heartbreaking.
Those things happen every day on the battlefield. But you're right. They're never easy to hear.
They've all suffered such unimaginable trauma. Hearing the cries of phantom infants in your head, facing flashbacks to uncontrollable rage. These are textbook clinical cases for us counselors.
PTSD, right?
Absolutely. I can't believe anybody would coerce them into entering battle in their state.
Just goes to show how much faith Liquid has in their combat abilities.
That's no excuse. No CSP member, no one with even a shred of conscience for that matter, would ever treat another human being like that.
Conscience? Liquid? Listen, lady.
It's more than just a matter of conscience.
Listen, Toots.
Without the proper treatment, their symptoms will worsen, eventually leaving them unfit for combat entirely. And that can't be good for their commanding officer.
Maybe not, but it suits me just fine.
Snake!
Look, maybe it sounds callous to you, but that's how things are out here. We're talking about survival.
Well, yes, but...
I knew what you're trying to say, and your heart's in the right place.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sorry I lashed out like that.
Forget
You're
about
a real
it.
egotistical woman.
Snake, there's only one of those things left. Stay focused. The end is in sight.
Careful.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching
Yes. We do need to make that one of the alerts. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. We could that's one that we could have a few variations on. Like one where I like try and imitate it, and then another like really over the top version of it. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. We could have a few variations on that one. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. What about Johnny's goofy line? Maybe if I walk a little.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap Disc 1 for Disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon! Get a grip!
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
All right, let's do it. And here we get the remake of the Rex's Lair theme. Zo. I love this rendition of it. Yeah. It sounds more modern, more cyber, but it has that echoes from the past. It's really weird how they set this up here as well. That's where we go in the original game. Through that door, we take the cargo elevator down. But here in MGS4, we get the elevator over there. In the original game, there is no elevator over there. So they slightly reimagine this area. And it takes us down to a new area that isn't in the original. I really like that idea of exploring areas that we didn't get to explore in the original game. But not completely remaking, but reimagining this area to put an elevator where there wasn't one before is kind of weird. I wonder if that was due to some issues they had in development, a lack of time or something, who knows. Oh. Maybe they renovated the place. Maybe. Maybe. It doesn't look too renovated, though. You kind of get the sense that the place has been more or less abandoned since the Shadow Moses incident. Two elevator rides isn't interesting. You think they did it just because they thought it would be boring having to go down both of the cargo elevators again? Yeah, I don't know. Who knows why they did it? Maybe just not enough time to remake the cargo elevators there. They're pretty fancy. Here we just get a standard elevator, takes us straight down.
Snake. I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
She might be a spy.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
Gray Fox.
You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge.
But I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
No, they don't talk about it in the Integral podcast, unfortunately. I don't think there's any official info on it. Maybe it's out there somewhere. Look at this bitch. Where's my drum? Get out of my way. Really cool trick how you can knock them over with the drum. I really like how useful the drum is. I knew that was risky. Am I gonna get stomped on here? Can he jump down? Oh, he can't fit in here. I like the caution theme here as well. Ba-ba-doo.
The rolling facility is a long, narrow space that stretches south to north. The southern half houses the rollers, while the northern half is used to cool the finished steel sheets. The drainage duct lies beyond that. Head for that drainage duct. Careful, Snake. This place is crawling with gecko and dwarf gecko.
It must have been Vamp who sealed the blast furnace door.
How do you figure?
No one ever comes down here, and yet there's gecko everywhere. He must have figured if I couldn't get the door open, I'd come down here. That freak set up a kill zone just for me.
Figures. Snake, don't let him get to you. You've got to get through there alive. Keep moving north through the rolling facility. The door to the drainage duct leading to Rex's hangar is at the north end.
Be cool if you could call Campbell or Mei Ling, if they added Campbell and Mei Ling just for this chapter.
Finally, it's just up ahead. The hangar's just a little bit further. Stay en route.
There's where the waterfall should be. You can still see the water down there below. That's cool.
Rex is on the floor above you. Use the lift.
Hop on, Snake. I'll send her up. Rex. railgun's been removed. Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his nuke. He only needs the railgun.
Damn it. Has it already been shipped?
Hang on, I'll check.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately for you, the railgun is no longer here.
Naomi.
This place will be your grave, as my queen wishes. The suicide gecko are on their way. Soon, there'll be nothing left of this place.
We've been had. Rodigon.
Snake, I think I might be able to get it working. I just need some time.
Hurry!
I'll leave the rest to you.
Naomi!
Excellent. You'll amuse me until they arrive.
Let's do it.
Make him pay, Snake! Do it for me! For Emma!
Snake, I don't know much about Vamp, so there's not much I can offer you by way of advice, but you do have my unconditional support. Don't let him beat you, Snake.
M60, there we go.
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill
The
that
M60
monster. Get Naomi
is
back,
super OP.
Snake, please.
The M60 is super OP against Vamp. The knockback, the force of it. Oh, that shouldn't usually happen. See there? See how he just stopped at a certain point and jumped away? That's the power of the M60. Normally he can push through that, and he did the first time. That's because I think I wasn't so accurate. Oh! Another thing that makes a huge difference in this fight is the tiny little bit of extra speed you get with a weapon unequipped. If you have a weapon unequipped and you run across from his attacks, you'll dodge them. If you have a weapon equipped, you're too slow to dodge them. That extra bit of speed makes a huge difference in this fight. What happens if you use a claymore? I can't remember the last time I used a claymore. Let's test it. Oh! That's what happens. I eat a claymore as well. And it puts him back into this pose. I knocked him over as well, and then he started doing his ground attack. Ooh. I'm being terrible here. Are you serious?
Yes! You
Yes!
did it, Snake!
Vanished. There. Vanished. Over there. Vanished. Vanished. There you
99% camo here. Practically invisible.
vanished. There you vanished. There.
Oh, fuck. I wasn't sure which way he was going to turn around. Like old times. Oh!
Best. Take this.
Snake! I'm not shooting! That was great. Does he always do that if you want to equip the weapon? Hold on. What the fuck are you doing, Bat? Yeah, you can jump all over Rex. That's great. Oh my god, what the heck?
That's where you are.
Yeah, man, I've been standing here the whole fucking time. I haven't moved. I've never seen him trip out like this before. Vanished. 40% camo. Haven't moved from this position in like 10 minutes.
You suck!
Punished. Over there. Punished. Punished. That's where you are.
Oh no, it would have been great if he just ran back where he came from. I thought that's what he was gonna do. Whoa! What are you doing, man? Okay, I think he fixed himself.
Is this your best?
Oh!
Time to finish this.
How many health items do I have? 2 regain. Okay. Ah! Yes! We did it, Snake! No!
What have you done? There. Now you're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
Clever. But can you kill this mere mortal?
Snake, look out! The rig to self-destruct!
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting. You ready for this?
care to die too?
Sorry, but I can't die just yet.
Then kill me.
Whatever. Snake, this one is mine. You keep those gecko at bay.
Otacon, we're gonna buy you some time.
I'll do my best.
Wait, you are a scout too, are you not? Then, let us duel with blades.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. I'm sending you data on where to aim. Put a bullet through their brains. Just like that, Snake. Whatever. Watch out! Here they come again! Hang in there, Snake! Don't give up!
What the fuck?
Above you! They're coming from above! Snake, be careful!
Where was that one shooting me from? Over here. Oh, fuck off, you...
Just like that, Snake! Nice, Snake!
Everybody now! Clap your hands!
do it. No, I can't. I can't shoot. Kill me.
Wasn't quite perfect. Almost. I shouldn't have unequipped the iPod. I think the other music wouldn't have faded back in if I kept the iPod equipped. And it was the main music coming back in which kind of fucked with it a bit. Even though the timing wasn't perfect, if I kept the iPod equipped, it still would have felt better than that. But still, you know, almost perfect. I'll take it. I need to remember not to equip the iPod ever.
This thing might come in handy after all.
He was never immortal. His natural healing abilities were enhanced by the nanomachines inside his body. But after so many battles, he's finally reached his limit.
Doctor, ease my pain.
Naomi. Sonny asked me to tell you something.
What is it?
I cooked them right.
Why don't you do it?
I see. Good for you, Sonny. You finally did it. No, I can't save you. You have to trust me, Dr. Emmer. Give this to him.
Not for revenge, but to end his suffering.
Now you can return to your true self. You can be at peace. Yes.
Whatever.
Give me.
This doesn't change anything. Why?
We can't erase the past, nor can we forgive it. And so the only thing we can do is end it. Snake. Liquid's down below us. He's stolen the Patriot system, slipped out of their sight, and taken their Ark.
Ark?
A warship. Unfettered by land, law, country, or network. The only place where they are truly released from the shackles of the Patriots. The place where they can be free. Outer Haven.
Outer Haven?
Liquid plans to launch the nuke from that ship. Snake. You have been given life so that you may fulfill your purpose. When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death. We are
Why
given
don't you
life
do it?
only so that we can atone for our sins. Your life was created for that very purpose. We all must atone for our own sins. We must not pass them on to the next generation. We must not leave them for the future. That is your true fate. One that even you cannot defy.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Naomi!
What have you done?
Vamp and I, we are the same. We're living corpses. Our bodies kept barely alive by nanomachines.
Then you...
Cancer. I shouldn't even be alive right now. The nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do. With the nanomachines gone, time will unfreeze and begin to flow again.
What are you saying? Goodbye. Don't!
Give my best to Sonny.
Naomi, don't do it!
Are you crying? For me?
You're a real egotistical woman.
Naomi, why?
You have such beautiful eyes. I'm sorry for everything.
Let's get moving. Otacon! Come on! Pull yourself together! They're coming.
When he whips him with the Mark III. Don't electrocute me.
Snake, you're right. I haven't lost everything yet. I've still got a job to do.
That's right. We need you.
I'm done crying. I don't have any more tears to shed. We have to get out of here.
Any ideas?
Time's running short, so I'll explain as we go. Pay close attention.
I'm listening.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Here we go! The battle, losing battle, everybody fucking digging the battle, near the battle.
Promise me you'll carry on. Or will.
All right, let's do it. You might need to turn down your volume for this next section. There's going to be a lot of loud clanking and screeching.
Snake, we have to get out. Follow the supply. Stop those gecko and head straight for the exit. Snake, I've made Rex's control net. Check it out before you get started.
Uh-oh.
They self-destructed!
Right.
What's that?
Who the fuck is this guy?
Ray!
It's not over. Not yet. Liquid. Moses. Where our fates were born. And where yours ends, Snake.
Otacon, help me.
I hate to say it, But I think Liquid's got the advantage when it comes to piloting Metal Gear. After all, he's had Ray in his hands for quite some time now. But not to worry. I was Rex's lead designer, and I'm here to support you. I've installed an emulator of Rex's main CPU and DSP on Gaudi. We'll run it in parallel with Rex's processors to enable distributed processing of control tasks. It'll give us a big boost in throughput, which should make Rex as fast and agile as Ray.
Well, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds good to me.
It's okay, Snake. I know you can win this.
Thanks, Otacon.
Do me a favor, Snake. Get as close to Ray as you can.
Get closer? What the hell for?
I created a special control program back when I was designing Rex. I thought it might come in handy here.
What kind of program?
Rex is armed with powerful self-defense systems, missiles, laser, designed to protect it during solo ops overseas. But some of us engineers were worried about what would happen if it found itself in a close-range shootout. We got to thinking, why not use Rex's tough shell as a weapon in itself? In other words, why not make it into a street fighter? The program was complete.
That would explain
we got
everything.
fantastic results on the supercomputer simulation, but the project was shelved before we could make our pitch. It didn't fit in with military regulations. But I went ahead and installed the program anyway. You know, secretly.
Seriously?
I just rechecked the program on Gaudi's simulator, and as far as I can tell, it should still work fine.
Okay, just tell me how to use it.
The program is still in alpha, so it's low on flexibility, and only gives results in specific cases. I'll give you a signal when the conditions are right to activate it. When you see the signal, just press the action button, and Ray won't even know what hit it. But first, you have to get close to Ray.
Let's do it.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
It's funny how they feel the need to explain these new abilities you have. The fact that we can call Rose for advice here is just absurd. Rose, what do you have to say about Rex versus Ray? Any psychological tips?
So Liquid finally shows his face. It's the moment of truth, Snake. The man you've pursued all this time is standing right in front of you. I know it's tough to keep a cool head, but stay focused and watch his movements closely. It's up to you, Snake. Eyes on the prize.
Thank you, Rose. This fight is great, though. Just how Rex is animated, how well it's animated, how well it controls. You know, it's such a short sequence in the game. Like, you're not controlling Rex for very long, but it feels so fully fleshed out. Feels like they could make a full mech game out of this almost. Let's do it.
Let's finish this, Snake. You've got me on your side. Crush Ray and Liquid with
Oh!
It's gonna use the water cutter. This is your chance to attack Ray's insides.
You can only do this headbutt in 2 areas. It has to be very precise.
Ray leaves itself wide open right after you dodge its attack. Keep dodging and wait for your chance to counterattack.
fuck? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Fuck, fuck, fuck.
The machine pen. Don't let a single one slip through.
Ray can gain back health? Is that when Ray taunts? Can Ray gain back health by taunting? I don't think I've ever noticed this before. I'm very familiar with the taunt heals from the final battle. I don't remember ever seeing it in this fight before. Maybe I have and it's just been so long, but... Oh my god, okay. Oh, Jesus! What? Look at his health bar now! Did that last grab just deal absurd damage? Ah! Woo! Finish him!
Where's Liquid?
Snake! Fox. Think again. Sorry, but that won't work this time.
Here we go. Behold, Mount Snakemore.
Sonny, forgive me.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
Yeah, it was in front of Federal Hall. There were all these tourists around you.
They were asking me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie.
Egotistical woman.
I said it was probably the Chrysler building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists.
The next thing we knew, the tourists had gone away. And a week later, I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence.
That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State Building.
It was so beautiful.
I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Fire!
Ha! Worthless fossil!
There we go, fools. 15 hours, 27 minutes. We've reached the end of Act 4. There is one more act to go, and then a juicy, juicy ending and epilogue. Let me thank some people here as well before we continue. Wings of Redemption, thank you for the $1. Wait, is this just going to cut straight back into the game here? Ocelot, I hope you die in an automobile accident. Thank you for playing this dog. Thank you, Wings of Redemption. Lugo, thank you for the 23 months. Fool of Wisdom, thank you for the $1. Can you use the sunlight gun on him? On Vamp, you can, and it's very good, as you would expect. Savage Sunny with the 4 months, thank you. Oh wait, no, that Kojima unzipped trousers. I thanked you earlier. Cheers, everyone.
Haven is headed southward through the Pacific at a speed of 33 knots. The Missouri is falling behind at a rate of about 2 nautical miles every hour.
Can't this thing go any faster?
I'm afraid not. This is as fast as she'll go. Liquid's target is JD, a U.S. military satellite disguised as orbital debris. Oh. Haven will have to surface in order to use the railgun.
If we can figure out JD's orbit...
There.
We should be able to predict where Haven's gonna surface.
JD is in a synchronous elliptical orbit, so its next perigee should be in,
Got it! 15 hours, 6 minutes, and 12 seconds.
This fucking scene, man, it's so
over
unhinged.
the Bering Sea, 494 nautical miles from the Bering Strait. Haven knows it too. They'll be holding position in that area.
Do they really have to get that close to launch?
The nukes fired by Rex's railgun have a damage radius of approximately 300 meters. The target is a moving satellite that's traveling at 10 kilometers per second. To get the precision they need, they have to get as close as they possibly can.
Liquid won't launch his nuke until JD is at perigee. The Missouri can use that time to catch up.
Will we make it?
Once Haven stops moving, it'll take us an hour to close the gap. After that, the Missouri needs to strike before Haven's launch preparations are complete. This ship was stripped of most of its equipment, and she's got no electronic warfare capabilities of any kind. No radar, no high-tech weaponry. We'll have to rely on our own eyes to track the enemy. From the looks of it, Haven is going to use a railgun mounted on the bridge to destroy JD. You'll need to open the cover to launch the nuke. That's our one and only chance to get inside.
Inside? Why can't we attack it from here?
It wouldn't do any good. As long as Liquid has control of the system, physically destroying GW would still leave supreme authority in his hands. Sons of the Patriots.
Yes, Dr. Emmerich is right. That's why we need to destroy GW from the inside, before attacking Haven itself.
Liquid's very own Death Star.
All right, everybody, here's the plan. We know Haven will have to surface in order to fire the railgun. When it does, the Missouri will see it. We'll make a quick approach and deliver a strike team. Our goal is twofold. Prevent that nuke from launching, and wipe out GW's programming. The enemy relies entirely on electronic means of threat detection, so they won't be able to see the Missouri until they surface. We'll launch the strike team from catapults at the exact moment Haven's armored cover opens. They'll then penetrate GW's physical server room and infect it with a worm cluster.
But what if they shut down GW before we get in there?
Liquid is already entrenched within the Patriots network. He needs to stay there, or destroying JD won't serve him any purpose. They can't afford to have GW shut down.
And let's not forget, Liquid will throw everything he's got at stopping the strike team.
Exactly. The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say microwaves?
That's right. And at that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate any living person within range.
A giant microwave oven. You'd have to have a death wish to go in there. Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Snake, this isn't the time for your stupid jokes.
Outside the corridor, Liquid soldiers will be out in full force. Inside, there'll be unmanned weapons waiting for us.
Where are you getting all this information? You really think there's a way to destroy GW?
Yes, I do. She left us something that'll point us in the right direction.
Naomi helped with the preparations to stop Haven's launch.
Naomi?
All of our internal data on Haven came from her. The reason she got on the Nomad with us in the first place was to get close to me. But she ended up turning to Sunny instead.
What do you mean?
She left her plan in Sunny's hands.
This entire operation is based on the data she left us.
Whose side was she on, anyway?
We'll never know exactly what her true intentions were. But one thing's for sure. She was determined to stop Liquid.
Snake, put the controller up your arm.
What?
Thomas, don't worry. It'll feel good. You'll carry on. Or will.
Come on, guys. Somebody say something positive. Anything.
Attention!
No.
Listen up. A wise man once wrote, "The tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are spent, they are seldom spent in vain." Any other questions? Yes, Snake?
Anybody got a smoke? So this program, you're saying Sunny wrote it?
Actually, only about a third of it is her work. Naomi was working on a program to destroy GW, but she couldn't quite finish it, so she handed it over to Sunny. Sunny went fishing in my library to see if there was any source code she could use to complete it. Eventually, she found some. It was Emma's worm cluster. She took my sister's code and worked it into Naomi's program. I didn't have time to look over every single line of code, but what I did see reminded me of Emma. It was like she left traces of herself behind in the structure. But this worm cluster that Sonny created, it's even better than Emma's. Sonny's worm destroys the AI's intellect by triggering apoptosis in the cells. Once uploaded into GW, it should do some real damage. Snake, you ever think about quitting?
Why? It's not like I've got my health to worry about.
Are you trying to kill yourself? So, you're dead set on going to Haven yourself. Why don't we get somebody else to go? There's no need for you to do it.
I still have things left to do. Besides smoke.
Why don't you do it?
Otacon, why don't you jump off the ship with me?
I don't think so. I've still got things to do myself. And I don't even smoke.
Clao, ya Dio man, Clao.
Captain, enemy vessel at 300 meters and still rising.
And the engines.
No problems to report.
Prepare to go full speed ahead, and get the strike team ready for immediate launch.
Aye, aye, Captain.
How long until it surfaces?
About 20 minutes.
Right on schedule. When she surfaces and opens up her armor, we'll move in as planned.
Okay, one thing you have to know here, this guy who's about to talk to Mei Ling, he's mocapped by Kojima. It makes this scene 10 times better, just so you know.
Captain,
Yes?
this is my first real engagement.
I see. Your point?
At first, getting assigned to this ship was a big letdown for me. But the inaction was kind of a relief, too. Captain, I'm scared.
It's okay. I'm scared too. This is also my first time. But I'm not going to let it get to me, because I'm more scared of what'll happen if I run away. Nobody is going to die on my watch. This ship is going back to Hawaii in one piece. That, I promise.
Right. Thank you.
He'll live, but he's in no shape to fight. Best to let him rest.
Right.
Without the system to protect them, everybody's losing their nerve. They say SOP's after effects are so bad that a lot of soldiers are deserting.
The only people I have left to rely on are Marilyn, him.
Kind of an unknown quantity, isn't he?
I hooked him up with a 9ID M82. Fancy meeting you here.
What are you doing here?
I laundered these guys' IDs, then issued them new naked weapons, including that catapult you're gonna be riding. Business has been slow ever since Liquid got his hands on the system. His extra orders stopped coming in. Now that all the weapons all over the world are locked, the only ones still looking to fight would be you and yours. They tell me it's not economical to replace all that useless equipment on the battlefield with my stuff. So I made an extra special trip out here, just for you.
Driven, do you even have the slightest idea what's going on here?
Of course I do. See, when it comes down to it, the world's like this soda here. Once the bubbles are gone, I ain't got no use for it. It's worth nothing.
What are you babbling about?
Whoever needs me the most. You dig? If you need anything, just say the word. I'm setting up shop here for a spell. Enjoy it. Could be your last.
It is. I'm all out.
Yes, give him the cigarette. That's
Looks like
trade.
the last smoke will have to wait after all. Later.
Hey, here.
Oh, thanks.
The lighting here is nice.
There.
Snake, can you hear me? Liquid's warship, Outer Haven, is a modified version of an Arsenal gear model stolen from the Patriots. Inside, it's crawling with Irving and other unmanned weapons. According to Naomi's data, Haven is crewed by a battalion of enhanced soldiers, each called from the best the PMCs have to offer. If Liquid succeeds in destroying JD and gaining control of the Patriot system, he'll make Haven his flagship, and his PMCs will spread like wildfire across the globe. And then, mankind's armed subjugation will begin.
Captain, Haven sighted.
Prepare to fire, main gun!
Listen closely. This is our last chance to stop Liquid from enslaving the planet. Meryl, can you hear me? It's time. Time to do your duty. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be with you till the very end. You are my pride and joy.
Railgun is exposed.
There it is. A naked nuke.
Let's finish it, Snake. Let this be our last battle. If we're responsible for Liquid's sins, then the onus is ours to bear.
Right.
Enemy moving to intercept!
Maintain full speed!
Failure will spell doom for the human race. You've got to stop them from using that railgun. Then annihilate GW.
The enemy is returning fire!
All hands, prepare for impact! Brace yourself!
Snake,
Where are you?
sorry. It's my ankle.
Can you walk?
I think so.
Are you okay?
Ugh, hurts a hell of a lot more without SOP.
Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? What about Akiba?
He fell into the ocean. Snake, I'll catch up soon. You go ahead.
The way he slides in there.
Snake, can you hear me? GW is toward the ship's stern. Hurry!
Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Let me see. Do I want to do it the way I usually do it?
Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven. Enemy units are already on their way. Break through their defenses and find GW's server room.
Let's go down this hatch. I can't remember the last time I went down this hatch. Now let's just see where it takes me. We're probably gonna fuck this up big time. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's a really cool map, this. It's a shame it's the only real stealth sequence in this act. Got the frogs patrolling up above. Let's put on the mask. The war slump. Everything is half off. There's a hatch. Yeah. There are all sorts of different paths you can take here. Very tanker-esque. Shades of the tanker from MGS2. Footsteps.
Snake, the catapult malfunctioned when it launched Meryl. She landed some distance away from you.
And Akiba ended up in the drink.
There's no time to rendezvous with them. You'll each have to make your own way to the server room. I'll be following you with the Mark III. I can't be there to watch your back in person, but I'm with you all the way. Good luck, Snake.
Rose, what do you have to say about all this?
This is it. You finally reached Liquid's home base. I'm here to support you just like always. Snake, promise me you'll finish the mission and come back safely. It's Rose.
What's the verdict?
I see you've got plenty of psych left.
Great, thanks.
But there's no telling when you might encounter an enemy patrol. Please be careful. Don't let them find you. You're going to make it out of this. I know you will.
Bump bump. Oh my god! Hey man! That 99% camo index coming in strong there. That's the only reason I made it out of that without an alert. 99%. Basically invisible. Almost stealth camo. Did I just go from that side to this side? Yeah. Hold on, is there any other path that I can take here? What a load of shit. Okay. I swear you just teleported into existence. Little vent here. Ooh, hello. It's been so long since I've taken these paths.
There's no one here? Damn it! Don't scare me with that.
Wow! Oh, this theme! I haven't heard this in a while. And the alarms that flash here. That was a Metal Gear God moment right there. I don't really want to use any health items. I only have 2 regain. I think I'd rather die.
Snake, use that watertight door to get in.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, there it is. It's rare that you see that in gameplay. I haven't fucked around on this stage in alert phase in a long time. Oh, I'm alive!
Snake! What happened? Snake? Snake!
I didn't think that was gonna kill me. Alright, let's do it. Pure stealth this time. The old-fashioned way.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven. Enemy units are already on their way. Break through their defenses and find GW's server room. Liquid has dispatched armor-enhanced troops from his personal army to that area. You do not want to get surrounded by them. Make sure they don't see you, or if you do engage, try and take them out one at a time. Snake, use that watertight door to get in.
Hey, Ramens with the 5-pack, thank you. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit tired now. My tank is starting to get a bit low.
How's it going over there, Otacon?
The troops above decks are having a shootout with the enemy over on your end. It's a total war zone.
You could be okay.
For now, at least. The Missouri's protected by some pretty thick armor.
Good. Sounds like everything's under control. Don't count on it lasting. If things get bad, abandon ship. Got it?
Yeah, I know. Same goes for you too, Snake. Don't end up like Admiral Nelson.
Don't worry. I'm not ready to hang it up yet. Not until I finish the mission.
That's the spirit, Snake.
The corridor leading to TW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say microwaves?
At that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate faster than person.
Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Love the visuals here. This definitely feels Arsenal Gear-esque. Everything feels hyper advanced. Look at this tech. We're in the future down here. Cool visuals.
Meryl.
Let's do it. Doesn't feel quite as alien as Arsenal gear, but has that kind of vibe. Shut up, Otacon. Has that kind of vibe to it. Okay, let's see how much of a mess I make here. Give me the Mosin. Thank you. I love the track here. This theme, the drums. Okay, this is going well so far. Yeah. Can't see a thing. I love just sniping with the Mosin on this map. It's a lot of fun. Jesus. Oh, nice. Fuck. Oh. Really satisfying.
Snake. Snake, run!
I know your wavelength. It brings back memories.
It can't be. Meryl, don't!
Johnny!
Meryl!
Wait, Akiba!
It has been a long time, Snake.
You, Psycho Mantis.
No, that was another me. Can you hear the screams? They cry for battle. Let me hear you scream! Howl! Roar! From the very depths of your soul!
I see.
I see.
Snake, this beast, Screaming Mantis, is a puppeteer. She manipulates others into doing the fighting for her.
Control seems to kick in when you get hit by that creepy ghost thing.
Be careful you don't get jerked around too, okay? That beast is the only thing standing between you and the server room. You've got to take her out!
Snake, this is Mantis we're talking about.
The fight on Shadow Moses?
That's right. Back then, we defeated him by using multiple controller ports to counteract his mind-reading powers. Snake, try using the same tactic again. Plug the controller into controller port 2.
It's not gonna work, Roy.
Huh?
Do you see any controller ports here? Deceiving Mantis is going to take more than simply pushing the PS button to switch controller numbers.
But then, that means...
It's impossible. Sorry.
Anything else?
Well, so much for the controller. But that beast has another weak spot. Do you remember what it is?
Weak spot? You mean the boss model on Mantis's true face? The one with all the leather bands wrapped around it?
That's the one. Mantis always hated seeing his birth face. Attack that bust and break off the leather seal.
Colonel, I can't do
that.
that.
Sure you can. Seeing his true face is sure to break Mantis' concentration.
There's no bust. What? There is no bust here to attack.
You're kidding.
The women of the B&B Corps. One laughed, one raged, and one cried. And now the final beast who won't stop screaming. But wailing may be the product of some unendurable fear that's gnawing away inside of her. I can't even imagine what kind of trauma would cause a person to scream like that.
Alright, well, we'll try it anyway, I guess, you know? Couldn't hurt. Controller number 2.
Otacon, what's going on? I can't move.
You can't move? What the heck did you... Oh, Snake. Did you set the controller number to something other than 1? Let me guess. You thought back to your battle with Psycho Mantis and figured the same tactic would actually work again, right?
Well,
Nice try, Snake. But this time the controller number has to be 1, or else you can't control your actions.
What the hell? Whose dumb idea was that?
Don't look at me! I'm sorry, but it's simply not going to work this time around.
Fine.
And if you keep waiting, you get this as well. Alright, back to controller 1.
Snake, remember how Psycho Mantis controlled Meryl using telepathy? Well, I'm thinking this thing does it by manipulating the nanomachines inside a target's body, forcing them to secrete opioids and sending them into hypoesthesia. In other words, she puts them into a sleepwalking state and controls their muscle systems directly.
What is that ghost-looking thing, anyway?
My guess? A hologram, meant to intimidate people. Having some freaky thing like that suddenly pop up in front of you is enough to make anybody jump.
Like how Special Forces dress all in black when they go on a raid.
The control signals for the nanomachines must be embedded in the laser used to create the hologram. That's probably why Mantis can't control you unless you touch it.
But she's controlling dead guys, too. What about that?
Same concept. Didn't you ever do that experiment in high school where you attach electrodes to a dead frog's leg to make it twitch? The nanomachines are capable of storing an electric charge. It's entirely possible that Mantis is using that electricity to make muscles contract. If she really is controlling people through their nanomachines, you know a way to counter that, right? Give it a try. Snake, you have a way to suppress nanomachine activity, don't you? So go ahead and give it a shot.
Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. I love this transition. The sudden urgency. Ah, you fucking bitch! This is the situation you don't want to get yourself into.
Snake, no! You're gonna kill her! Even if she tries to hurt you, Meryl's not.
Oh, fuck off.
Don't do anything to hurt her. Knock her out if you have to, but don't hurt her.
Oh, nice. So yeah, the Mantis doll controls the living soldiers, the Sorrow doll controls the dead soldiers. That's how you can use them yourself as well, the puppets, when you get them. Oh. We just need the Mantis doll to kill her, though. Ah, fuck off.
You're gonna kill her! Don't hurt Meryl!
Oh my god! Woo, this is the messiest Mantis fight I've had in a long time.
Mantis is dropping. Without it, she can't control her victims. Snake, go. Get out of my body. Forgive me. Set me free!
Get off me, Jesus! Oh my God! Jesus, you're not giving me much time here. She's quick. She's very quick.
Yoko no me.
world's greatest mind reader and psychokinesis. I'll start by reading your personality, rather, your past. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. What? Where is your data? Where is it saved? There's no memory card. Damn, your skills have improved. Or rather, your hardware. How about this, then? Witness my psychokinesis. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
So, you bested the last beast. That doll you just picked up lets you manipulate anybody who's got nanomachines in them.
So
Sounds like something the devil's cooked up, if you ask me. Mantis came from South America. She was born and raised in a country racked by never-ending civil wars. Her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. This was when she was still a little girl. Hunted by enemy death squads, she was separated from her family. She barely managed to escape with her life. Ended up in the basement of this one building. It was full of corpses that had been dumped there. Almost all of them had been tortured to death. She was petrified with fear. And then, she heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above her, followed by shrieking screams. The kind that would make every hair on your body stand straight up. She had stumbled across a makeshift torture chamber. Somebody'd locked the door, and she was trapped. It was dark, it was dank, and it was full of a wretched stench. She couldn't sleep with the screams of torture victims all around her. All she could do was sit curled up in one corner of the room, trembling. A week passed, then 10 days. She managed to keep hydrated by drinking the filthy water pooled up on the floor, but there was no food. Being trapped in that kind of place, half crazy from hunger, did a serious number on her mind. Did you know female mantises eat their mates? The screams went on day and night. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. And then, she was saved. By a little black mantis that taught her how to block out the screams, how to plug up her inner ears.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying, Snake, that when she couldn't stand the hunger any longer, she started feeding on the corpses. But only the male ones. She didn't realize who was doing it. In her mind, it was a female mantis devouring her mates. It was like one big twisted waking dream. There was no mantis, of course. It was all a hallucination. Nothing more than some story spun by another person.
That would
she
explain
created
everything.
inside. Her unstable mind was what made her so vulnerable. Later, they ripped out what was left of her psyche with drugs and hypnosis, and implanted the persona of Psycho Mantis. It wasn't her will that controlled the B&Bs. It was Psycho Mantis, half assimilated into her soul, pulling the strings. Screaming Mantis was just another puppet. Anyway, she survived several weeks down in that hellhole and finally got back to the surface. But the screams in her head didn't subside. They would always be with her. Only this time, they weren't real. The inner earplugs didn't work anymore. The black mantis had disappeared. There was no place left to escape. Which is why she was always screaming, to drown out the ones in her own head. But it's over now. You freed Mantis from that dark nightmare.
The last of them beasts.
You got it, pal. Well, I'm done playing storyteller for a while. Now get going. GW's waiting. And this time, you get to make up the ending.
Snake. Where's Johnny? They're here. Go on without me. This time, I'll protect you. Go. Destroy DW still time. While I'm still alive.
Meryl.
Snake, the corridor ahead is full of microwaves.
Yeah. No way I'm getting through there uncooked. I'm sorry you got dragged into this.
This time, I've got your back. We'll meet again on the other side. Go! Hurry! Go!
All right.
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of it. It's not about winning or losing.
Tons of diamonds enforce attention like peacock where words are spent. They are seldom.
Why don't we get somebody else? I've got nothing to lose. You were the lightning in that rain. Can still shine through the darkness.
Go! Hurry! We'll meet again on the other side.
Time to do your duty. Failure will spell doom for the human race.
Go! Last mag. Come on, Snake. I can't hold out much longer. Damn it! I can't protect anyone! I can't.
Meryl!
Johnny! Johnny, you're all right.
Here.
Huh. You trying to make up for being late?
Meryl. I'll never leave you alone again.
Cover!
Clear!
Ready! Who needs nanomachines anyway? Right, Johnny?
This game.
How come Mantis couldn't control
This
you?
game needs lots of them.
Probably use people's nanomachines to manipulate their behavior. No nanomachines, no control.
But don't you?
No, I don't have any nanomachines in me.
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah, I just hate needles.
So that's why you were always out of sync with the team.
I tried to keep track of everybody's data on my wearable, but I could never keep up.
And why you weren't affected in Europe on the Volta.
Yep.
Asshole. Johnny, I'm running low.
Don't worry, I got these from Drebin.
Yeah, he should have been farting up a storm during this scene. And the wedding.
I never knew all those horrible things I said.
Forget it.
All those stomach aches? Was that because the nanomachines weren't there to suppress them?
Yeah.
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you. To protect you.
Johnny?
Meryl. I've always loved you. Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you. Meryl, marry me.
He's got a hell of a sense of timing.
What do you say?
I have to say, no.
You'd rather stay single? Okay, but we don't have to make it official.
No.
Well, how about we just move in together then?
Nope.
Is there something wrong with me?
No. I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Marry me.
Sure. It'd be my pleasure.
Hey. And don't even think about cheating on me.
I wouldn't dare.
And I want a real wedding. With flowers and a cake. It's been my dream since I was a little girl. I want to be a bride. Take me home, Johnny.
Oh god. But yeah, they should have had him farting up a storm during that scene. Trying desperately to contain the farts, but failing. And the wedding. Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded bride? Lets out a big shit. Oh, Johnny. Meryl gives him the death stare. His white suit ruined. I do. Ah, everyone starts clapping. Then he lets out one last little fart. Everyone starts laughing again. And then the scene fades to black and it cuts to whatever the next scene is. Raiden. Oh, Johnny. Oh.
working.
Come on! Get up! On your feet, Snake!
Run. I am lightning. The rain transformed.
Snake, leave this to me. I'll go to the server room.
The corridor's full of microwaves. One of us is enough.
My body is a machine. I can take it.
Your body may be a machine, but your heart is human. You've got a life to go back to.
She means nothing to me now.
Raiden, look at me. You still have your youth. Don't waste it. You can start over. From here on, this is my fight. We tore the world apart. Made your life a living hell. It's my duty to put an end to all of this.
All right. I'll make sure they don't get through.
Stay with me, Snake. Hold on until we insert the virus.
Otacon, lock it from the inside.
Done.
Thank you, Snake.
The longer you stay in there, the greater damage you'll take. Get through there as quickly as possible.
I'm not singing it. I only sing it when she decides to stop singing it. But she's singing the whole thing this time, so I'm just gonna let her sing. Almost there, Kojima. You've almost finished the game. These are the last few months of MGS4 development right here. Desperately trying to get to the finish line. Look at those cheeks, though.
So this is GW. It's like a graveyard in here.
Protocol. Can you do it?
Leave it to me.
It's over.
I did it! Johnny!
Wait a minute. The worm is still spreading. And it's not
stopping at GW. Is it removing the other clones? No. Wait. I don't believe this. Naomi.
What is it?
JD is
being erased.
Snake. Hal. It's you, isn't it?
I hope you're listening.
The virus you uploaded is using GW as a conduit to annihilate the entire AI network. It's set to destroy all 4 AIs, along with JD, the core that tied them all together. I've set this video to play back once they're all gone. Sons of the Patriots was only the beginning. The Patriots were planning to use nanomachines to implement the system over the entire population. I had an obligation to stop it. With a little help from Sunny. She helped me. She believed her talents could help you all put GW to rest. What she created was an anti-AI Fox dye. But this virus's name is Fox Alive. It's the conceptual opposite of the nanomachines that I created all those years ago. We wish to free the captured foxes, to let them run free in the wild.
By the time you hear this, I'm afraid I'll be gone. It's a strange feeling, leaving a message to be delivered after you've died. Hal, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Sorry I deceived you. It hurt me more than anything else, lying to you like that. I wanted to apologize to you before, but I never got the chance.
Whatever.
And yet, in the end, you helped me feel the joy of living. Thank you, Hal. Thank you. Hal. Snake, hear me. Our country is an innocent child once more. A new dawn is rising. Now, she can build a new destiny for herself. Snake, the time has come. You've earned your rest.
This is how I feel right now.
The rose petal is about to fall.
Snake! Snake! Snake!
I'm tired, man. DRK should be here soon, though. Alright, let's save. I have enough energy to fight Liquid Ocelot. But hopefully he'll be able to take over during the ending. Thankfully, there are several save screens during the ending, so... Let's do it. Let's do it.
Snake, wait here. I'll get a medic.
Enough! Stop this pointless fighting! This is no war!
Rise and shine, Snake. Look, the war is over. Why? You could have stopped us. Stopped you? Why would I want to do that? This is just as I'd hoped things would end. Back before Father's time, before Zero gave birth to the Patriots, the US, China, and the Soviet Union formed a secret pact. The organization they created was called the Philosophers. Through 2 world wars, it spread its roots and extended its reach. After that, the Philosophers splintered, and factions began to squabble over the fortune they'd amassed. They called it the Philosopher's Legacy. A massive cache of funds that would later provide the foundation for Zero's Patriots. Zero sought to use his riches to achieve world domination. Our father, Big Boss, sought to free himself from that chokehold. His dream was to create an army of free citizens, one that answered to no government. Outer heaven. But he failed because of you. 9 years ago, I tried to free us from the control of our genes. 4 years later, our dear brother Solidus sought to free us from the control of the Patriots' means. All of it, was nothing more than a process of trial and error, the end result of which is Outer Haven. To be free from Sons of the Patriots, the ultimate form of external control imposed on the Patriot soldiers. Free from Foxdie. Free from the system. Free from ID control. Our minds free from their prisons. That is the haven I've yearned for. This is it, brother. Our final moment. The battle has ended, but we are not yet free. The war is over, but we still have a score to settle. Show me what you've got, Snake!
Let's do it. Round 1. Fight! MGS1. Encounter. 98. So, kind of like Rex versus Ray, this fight has its own set of mechanics that's different to anything else in the game. You got your basic combo. You have your dash. You can dash into a punch. You can do a long punch with L1 and R1, like that. You can throw him to the ground. Ooh, I'm getting tossed around here. Like that. You can't use the iPod here. I'm probably gonna die. Oh, there we go. Get some health back. If you both taunt at the same time, you both get health back. If we throw him, but don't do the first prompt, you get a second prompt. An alternate downed attack. If we grab him beside this pipe here. Ooh. There we go. Eesh. Love those chunky metallic sounds. Oof. You can just choke him out as well. Classic O2 gauge. Oof. What happens if we throw him to the ground, but we don't do anything? Oh, he just gets back up. Oh! Oh! Oh, shit. All right, round 2, MGS2. Nice. The trade. In this phase, he has a super lethal attack with the liquid arm. Oh, that's rare. I'm not used to hearing that if you just keep backing away. Damn, I'm not sure if I've ever heard that. Ooh, close. I think that'll one-shot me with this much health. One more? You want another one? Here we go.
Show me what you got. Take this. What a thrill. And silence through the night. I'm searching Take this. Fear in my heart. And you're so supreme. No. I give my life, not for honor, no, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
I'm not even trying to do that.
I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Show me what you got. Take this. There'll be no one else.
Oh, I can't reverse it. Nice. Here it comes. He's projecting his Big Boss fantasy onto me. He's viewing me as if I'm Big Boss. He finally gets a chance to kiss Big Boss. Oh! Next hit has to be it. Yeah.
It's not over yet.
Beaten the liquid out of him.
This is only beginning, Snake. America will descend into chaos. It'll be the Wild West all over again. No law, no order. This fire will spread across the world. The people will fight. And through battle, they will know the fullness of life. At last, our Father's will is out in heaven is complete. Somewhere out there, I know he's laughing. We are beasts created by man. Unless the light is put out, the shadows cannot be erased. So long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good. I am Liquid's doppelganger, and you are his. Just like your father. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. Pretty good.
Sonny's program destroyed JD's brain, but left the brainstem intact. She analyzed Naomi's black box and separated the Patriot's control system from the vital lifelines of society. Water, air, electricity, food, medicine, communication, transportation. She cut off the Patriot's control while preserving modern civilization. Maybe it was her way of avenging Olga, her mother. Or maybe she wanted to shape the future into her own ideal image. Or maybe it was just one big defragmentation. Fox Alive. The AI is truly a living thing. The Patriot's reign has crumbled away. And still, our civilization, a civilization that has thrived on war since the dawn of time, lives on. I wonder if we did the right thing. Naomi. What did we lose? What did we save?
All right, you fools. We are going to switch streamers, and DRK is going to finish off MGS4. There is no gameplay left in MGS4, but there are a lot of cutscenes. It has a big, juicy ending. And then he'll be with you for a big, big chunk of Peace Walker as well. And then I'll be back later to play some Peace Walker as well. I'll be back to finish off Peace Walker and maybe do a bit of Ground Zeroes as well. I guess we'll see what happens. So yeah, let me just save here. And yeah. Oh man, that last hour or two was pretty exhausting. Lost all once I started Act 5, I was pretty much out of energy. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Let me just check my dashboard again. I'll play some tunes while I transfer the save over to DRK, make sure everything's working all right. Let me just check my dashboard here. Thread, thank you for the 500 bits. String Cheese Thug, thank you for the $5. Love the MGS streams, brother. Take care. Hey, man, my pleasure. Thanks for being here. IKI10, if that's how that's pronounced. Thank you for the 18 months. Rune exclamation, thank you for the 56. And yeah, guys, I will be back to sign off in a few minutes after I transfer the save over to DRK and we make sure everything's up and running. I'm going to play some music for a couple of minutes while I do this. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, now I'm having other weird technical difficulties here. Just bear with me. Bear with me.
I give my darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you.
it again. It is yours to guard. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
All right, guys, we're ready to switch. I noticed we got a few other subs there. Fake Horde, thank you very much for gifting out those subs. Much appreciated. Sir James with the 3 as well. Pansakun with the 5. Timians as well, just now with the 21. Yeah, guys, the stream is going to go down for like 10 or 20 seconds. But then DRK will be right back up to finish off MGS4 and do a big, juicy chunk of Peace Walker as well right after. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be back. I'll see you later. Peace.